The opportunity we have is it's pretty big. Okay, let me tell you a little bit about myself. This is not my day job. My day job is I work for ABC. I'm a commercial producer for the local ABC station in town. I serve 225 clients every year, make over 300 commercial units, work with national agencies, local businesses, and nonprofits such as yourself. We operate a Facebook page that's second to the Padres in town, 260,000. We work directly with Facebook. So I share these numbers with you. 2.3 million page views every month. I share this with you because I want you to understand, I do this for so many different projects and clients, it sometimes makes my head spin. So when I speak with you guys, it's one of these things that the opportunities to me are, well, they're very exciting. Okay. Yeah, no kidding.
I'll do it. I'll sit up there. You just tell me what to do.
Anyway.
Am I going backwards or forward?
No, that's it. So I created this thing, California-based full-service agency specializing in marketing, partnerships, and media strategies, CalLiaison. We serve the needs of the community, business, and nonprofits who serve and enjoy California state parks by creating engaging content, effective marketing strategies, valuable business development opportunities, and technology solutions. So I've spent time working with California state parks over the past 3.5 years. The nice thing about the parks is they are always, well, they're happy to have somebody help, right? So I worked building out, well, does everybody here know Jerry Macias? Everybody familiar with Jerry? No? Jerry's a friend of mine for 20 years, calls me 3.5 years ago and asks for my thoughts on how to build out video departments within the parks. So I offered him strategies and best practices. I supplied reports and videos on social media for government. I wrote scripts, offered technical guidance and support. And again, I share this with you because there's so many things that we do on this side, but it's always, it's a wide offering. So whatever you might need may not be what you need, but you still need to get your word out for whatever reason. But the exciting one we did was a whole project around these recruiting videos. And that went all the way to the top. So the recruiting videos targeted the Parks Department's law enforcement. I don't know if any of you saw this, probably not, but it's gained quite a viewership. So anyway, next slide. Okay, so in my company, we offer these things. We do business development. We define strategic opportunities that develop into long-term value. At work, at the station, I work with these clients every day doing just this. Our teams there, we target who you want to have participate with your business, buy your product, go to your event, see your message, and find out where they are, and then put our media message into it. Okay, we create the content to do that, and to create content these days is as easy as your phones, but to do the right content, you have to have a strategy behind it. You can't just shoot your phone. However, if you do it right, that's a great beginning place. So, but we write, produce, distribute, refine. It's an iterative process, which means once you start doing it, you have to continue to do it. And you build frequency, you build an understanding that this is part of the company DNA. And your audience starts to get on board with it. And they start looking to you for the answers. They start looking to you for content in whatever form. It could be on your Instagram, it could be on your Facebook, it could be on the news, it could be wherever. But the fact is, for the company to succeed and grow, all the things we talked about earlier, you have to have the strategy in place, and you have to have the mechanisms in place, and you have to have the people in place. So you guys don't do that. You save lives. So you need some help. I got all those guys. Happy to help you do it. So I want to get that message across to you. We could talk about all kind. I have an example. But we can say what we're doing wrong. I'd rather not do what we're doing wrong. I'd rather talk about these opportunities that we could do and not miss any more of these opportunities. Okay, so speaking of opportunities, marketing partnerships. So a good marketing partner is someone or a company that you're like-minded and you're trying to get to the same audience, and they're willing to come in for a certain amount of money, and they have a product that you might be able to use as a raffle item or some sort of web project that they're doing that you could participate in, so that it grows both sides. It is a partnership. And securing vetted, viable, ethical prospects with shared demographic goals. Social media events, auctions, fundraising opportunities. In the process of building this out, I've been working with two pretty significant potential marketing partners that we hope to get online with this program soon. One is an e-bike company, and the other is a national brand, sports action brand. That's pretty big. You would know the name. Can't speak it, but you'd know it. So, and again, the last thing the problem we solve is support. Again, you don't have systems in place to do these things. Where you guys have lifeguards and all of that, I've got camera operators and graphic designers and interface guys. And so creating the right team behind whatever solution needs to be made is not a problem. Next slide, please. All right, so case study. I was asked to review this website. Have you all seen it? Okay, there's a problem right there. Okay. So this is the ELA website. Okay. So when you go to this website, this is what you see above the fold. So this is a nonprofit organization, right? And it should have a call to action and a mission statement right in front of you and a way to get involved. So there's no donate here or what we believe in. There's a lovely shot of the place I just left, right? That's where JW is right now, right? Yeah. By the way, that's all going very well down there, if you're all wondering what's happening. Yeah? Yeah, it is. All right. So solutions for this. Okay, so a full site redesign is not difficult. What you want to make sure is you have the specific things, the call to action, the mission statement, and testimonials proving up your promise of what you're doing. You want people to be able to come here and see people telling them this works, we did something, a benefit, some sort of connection. So site redesign, and then ongoing content creation. So content is key, content is king, any of that stuff resonating ever? So without content, it's a static site, nothing happens. And the content can be, it could be posted from, let's say you go on broadcast and you do a segment, and then that content is on your website. Here's an interview with the news, right? That can be there. But what really cooks is the social media, right? And having a team in place to develop out that social media, that's, again, I don't know if you have the staff for that. We can find a staff for you. So having the ability to reach new people to do whatever it is that you're trying to do is part of what we offer. And then having the team to execute it is also there too. So we can redesign the site, develop and manage content creation teams on focus, which is like the news spot, or maybe a commercial, and then of course influencers, which is social media. Do you folks do this at all with your pages? How many people here have social media attached to their pages? Good, fantastic. How do you How often do you post? Once a week? Regularly? Every Monday, 8 a.m. It's a Sunday at 6 o'clock after the games. No? Okay. Just saying, so getting in the habit of posting at the same time not only is good for just your operational procedures, but people on the other side expect it at a certain time. For example, if you have a podcast, guys, big Bill Burr fans? Anybody? Monday morning podcast, says it right in the name. Monday morning, that's when that thing comes out. All right, so you know you're going to get a podcast on Monday morning. If you know you're going to find something out about the Encinitas Life Saving Association at Thursday at 5, you just get in that habit if you're the person that wants to know about that. And that's who we're trying to reach, that person and that group of people. And then you want to enable them to participate and share with others. Social media. Next slide, please. Okay, SDSU, my dear friends over here. By the way, I grew up in La Jolla, and I shuffled my feet like crazy at La Jolla Shores. I appreciate what you guys are doing. Really, thank you. All right, so part of my team is on the team that runs the SDSU web department. And this is a great example of something that works very well. Okay, so this is all nonprofit. This is all for donations. This is all getting people on board and motivating them to participate and donate. Immediate call to action, donate. Big red box right there, bang. Okay, impact-driven philanthropy. I am a word guy. I love that phrase. It just makes me feel good. Right? It's impact-driven philanthropy, not passive. We're in it. We're going. Good copy. Clear, tangible connection between the donor and recipients done through storytelling. For the purposes of this presentation, I didn't make these live, but those two images down there, you click, especially that one on the left, is a whole story about what's going on with modest contributions for major impact. So, and of course, that is also testimonials. So that's people participating and showing up, showing you, the viewer, the web goer, the mobile phone user, like this gentleman here. Yeah. What's going on? And that's really what counts, guys. It's great to have a website. It's great to write a song, but if nobody hears it, it's an exercise in just writing a song. It's important to get a message out, to have an active website, to have an active media strategy that partners with marketing partners that get your message out with them, and you do for them the same. Okay, next slide, please. Well, that's the wrap. Okay, so here's to get the reach out. Okay. Our good state is divided into 14 broadcast markets, okay? We can get on TV in any of those markets or all of those markets with a message. It's basically pay-per-play broadcast television. That is exactly what I do on my day job. I'm the producer that runs, we do 2.5-minute segments called San Diego Connects. We've got a host. Someone would come from an agency, a nonprofit or a business, and they talk about, here's what's going on, this is why it's important, some third question that ties in, and then fourth is a call to action. How do I find out? What do I do to find out more? That's the structure. That's on every market in California. You can get on air. Prices range, but they're pretty reasonable. Plus, then you're on broadcast, then you're on digital, on their digital side, and then you can use that media on your site and push it wherever you like. Not a bad media buy there. So that's broadcast, which is the shotgun. Broadcast is great, but you don't exactly know who you're hitting. I might be sending out to you. You like one thing, these folks over here like another, but you both get the message, so only half of you actually care. Now, digital is a whole different thing. Digital and social is very targeted. We can get, so, sure, many of you know about demographics, and you target certain demographics for your people that go to the beach. There's a demo, right? So the people that are in the mountains may not need to know about stingrays. So do we want to give them a message about stingrays and make a media buy for that? No, I think that's probably a bad idea. So what we could do is target down to just a few blocks. Meaning, so geo-targeting geofencing, all these things. Because it's digital, because on every device in our pockets, every computer we've got, it's all traceable, trackable. We know where you are, we know what you're doing, we know what you're seeing, which is kind of a scary thing sometimes. I know what I'm doing, and it kind of scares me. That's a tough room, man. Yes. All right. So, we had there's an event going on down there. You could, if you wanted to target a message to a very specific location, a few blocks, a street fair, for example. There's an event going on at a street fair. You wanted to have an offer that says, go to this booth. You could do that on a mobile advertising buy and target just the people in that area. Hey, don't forget, go to the ELA booth and check it out. There's a great thing going on over there. You start thinking about this. This is why sometimes it does kind of blow me away. The reach and the targeting of media these days is phenomenal. It's how you use it. It's like a menu that's so big. You need to be able to just focus on what it is that you want to do. So when you want to get your message out in front of the right audience, so the way they consume the media, that's why you need a guy like me. That's why you need an agency. So because you all have what you do for a living, what you specialize in. This is what I specialize in. And I work with clients, again, 30 years of doing this. The clients I've worked with is everything from makeup companies to Navy SEALs to, it's a broad thing. The thing is, everybody wants to get their word out. It's targeting to the right audience. So, and I can help you with that. Please to the next slide. All right, final. These media and business development strategies will grow exposure, membership, and revenue by a factor of 10 plus, actually. You really do this? You lean into this, your business is going to grow, your nonprofit's going to see success, and you will definitely tell people about stingrays, okay? For sure. But they do it, you can't just do one-off. People come to me at the station and they go, hey, we want to just buy this one thing, want to be on air, and that's it. That's like throwing your money out the window. I do not recommend doing that. You do that you blend the whole thing together based on, again, the strategy, your partnerships, your growth, where you want to see yourself, who you want to be associated with, and where you want to take your business or nonprofit. So I want to help you build an effective and successful plan for your business, if you'll allow me to. There's my phone number. Please check out caliaison.com for more information. Any questions? Have I lulled you to sleep? Yeah? All right, well, thank you very much.
So, thank you, Billy, for presenting. That brings us to our association. We have no social presence. Just keep that in mind when you're the new president, that we need to start thinking about that social interaction with our public. I know we're all kind of doing our own things. There's some are doing it better than others. Sorry, guys, in the virtual world. So Billy offers that. We're going to work with him and try to do a trial basis. A lot of the things that you'll see at the auction on Thursday, Billy helped us secure. So if you're doubtful, he's putting his heart and soul into this thing. So if you guys are interested, please contact him. Moving on to your Cal Chiefs Association. We are now a 501c3 nonprofit, legitimate, send in our taxes, we're good to go. You guys owe me a lot of money for the legal fees, but we'll settle that up later when we have a bank account again. The good news is we have about more than $5,000 in the account. In the account, well, not in the account, in the Federal Reserve, I guess. I don't even know where it sits. The state has it. And the other good news is I have all the checks that were sent in to us. So since we don't have an account, I'm going to hand them back to you. Your accounting office can swear at me. They can call me and whatever they need to do to me. And I apologize for that. But we need to get down to discussing, and we can vote today or we can do an electronic vote by mail, discussing what our next board looks like so we can do this handoff. the last, I don't know, however many years, Larry and Kevin cajoled me into doing this. I didn't think I had the bandwidth. I still don't think I have the bandwidth to do it, but it's been an amazing journey. I'm very proud of the fact that you guys allowed me to come in after my lifeguard career and work with you guys at this capacity and this level. And I know, again, given all the things that we've discussed or have had happen to us in our agencies over the last 2 years, and again, aside from COVID, oil spills, tsunamis, shark attacks, bluff collapses, you name it, we're hitting it together and we're making a difference. And I think that this group collectively makes a difference. And the oil spill response in Orange County, I can't tell you, if we were not as collected and tight as we were as a group, that thing would have gone south on us really fast. And it probably would have looked like the entry to COVID where we closed beaches and parks and no one would listen to us. But we got a lot of, I think after the first 6 hours, people took a deep breath and said, hey, those guys know what they're doing on the coastline and you should listen to them. And that's all in direct response to what you guys are doing in this group. So with that said, our association is built on a president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. It's the 4 basics. I think in our bylaws, and don't quote me on this, but I think it's a 2-year and it can be bumped up to 1 year. So we actually have, again, legitimacy in what we're doing, and we have bylaws and all sorts of good stuff that we'll have to abide by now. And keep a bank account open. So with that said, I think we'll start at the top. I know I've gotten a few phone calls that there are people that are interested in the presidency. If anybody wants to nominate somebody right now, please go ahead and do so. It can be yourself. It's a fun, fantastic job. Joe?
Nominate Kevin Snow to be president.
Kevin Snow to be president. All right, cool. Any others? And I will second that. Vice President. Kevin. Joe Bailey. It's like a dance over here. All right.
Let him be the treasurer.
Who wants that hornet's nest right now? Anybody else for vice president? All right, secretary. We've got one county region that's very well represented. Justin, you shaking your head? Yes. They just got.
I'll nominate Ken Hodges.
Awesome. Welcome. It is an awesome group. Hey, I will say this. I will say this. I think we have just as much fun, if not more fun, than SDR Alert. I'm going to put it out there. All right. All right. Treasurer? Joe said he's getting it all back. It'll all.
Chris Graham just handed me the book 2 years ago and didn't say anything. And so, because the account wasn't active, I went and tried to make it active, and they said, well, you need someone from the original board who's signed on. And that was like Rob Williams, Charlie Ketter, a couple other guys that I didn't even know. And so then I brought Rob Williams in eventually, and they said, oh, we already closed the account, take the money to the state. So I filled out all the paperwork to get the money back, and we'll see where that goes. So as a treasurer, you get to open a new bank account. And because we were going to have to do that anyway with the 501c3. And eventually you'll get 5,300 plus everyone's dues.
Come on, guys. I'm not here forever. A bonus, and you're just going to sit there and be silent? Come on, Jason. All right. Are there any other nominees? This makes it nice. Nice. No other. You don't want to do anything?
I've already been voluntold. I'm good.
All right. Well, thank you guys for stepping up to the plate. I appreciate that. Kevin, any words of wisdom that you want to put forth right now?
Well, first of all, thank you. Obviously, you set the bar very high, and you can either follow or get in your way. So, I wasn't going to step in your way as a vice selfishly involve them as well. But anyways, it's really just a big thanks to you because you took this thing from its, what was a bit of a low point to as high as it's ever been and, kind of set the course. So thank you.
Cool, thank you. Appreciate it. And for those of you that are not taking a board chair, just realize that everything works on committees. And so if it's not you, it's one of your staff members that's doing the ultimate work. I mean, the bluff collapse response, Dave got hit basically in the head, and so did Kevin, literally by rocks falling down off the bluff. And those two agencies really took the ball and rolled with it on creating a statewide bluff response. And again, now being looked at the USLA level. So again, I really appreciate when we have committees and we're allowing our staff to really learn and grow in their development too. So with that said, I did want to talk about what our next committees are. We've kind of had this lull during COVID where we didn't meet. The last one we did was our bluff collapse response. Vehicles, I think we did a great job with vehicles. We really got into this calendar of we need to get it done. We need to present it to the USLA. We need to get it certified. And we did all that. And then we never finished up with an actual training packet, something that gives you the diagrams for any of the road tests that we want them to do or any of the exercises that we want them to do on the beach. So I think that is something that we need to look at. I know that we've had a couple of the key experts, subject matter experts, retire out, but I still think that we can put that thing back together with San Diego's Regional Academy training that they do, and some of the good work that LA and Orange are doing as well, is put together something that we can make into an instructor level guidebook, if you will, that's really easy to use. So I would like to see that one. I don't know if that's something of interest to the new group. The other one is the oil spill taught us a lot. Again, all affected by it if you were anywhere just shy or north of Long Beach all the way down to the Mexican border. I think that's another one that you should probably take a look at and at least get something in writing that's scribed and says, we know how to handle the beaches. We're here to assist you guys. And we learned a lot, just like in lessons learned. And this is how we would develop our standardized guidelines for this stuff. And then the other one I think that's come up that would be of interest is probably tsunami. Everybody has a tsunami playbook. We all play, live and die by the county tsunami playbook. But that last one, I tell you what, from the state level down was horrible. I mean, the leadership behind that one, to be told that some counties are going till 3 o'clock, other counties are going to 1 o'clock. The one county that decided that they were going to close with Cal OES, Ventura Harbor loses 3 boats out of the deal totaled because they missed the wave. So again, I think that's one that we maybe open up all the county playbooks and say what kind of guidelines would we follow and do we want to do so that we can have a seat at the table. And then the last one, again, data collection has got to be at the forefront. There is no way that we thrive when you look at all the issues that we have. Almost everybody is recruitment attainment, sustainable funding, and growing our departments and making sure that we're relevant and people understand what we do. And you can't do that unless we start providing data. And it's not just simple hash marks of rescues versus preventatives. We have to start getting into that kind of what Justin called the metadata that we need to get, and we need to figure out a way to capture that a little bit better. And I think the Stingray, they've presented something that's very easy for us to try for them. It helps them, it benefits us in the long run, and they're giving us an opportunity for technology to work in our advantage and see if it works for us in other avenues. So I don't know if there's anybody else that's interested in committees or if there's anything that when we look up here, the real reason I wanted Billy to come in is to really talk about marketing and money making for you. We are spending, Justin and I are spending, Justin doesn't know it because he's getting it taken out of his budget, but we're spending almost $550,000 for a recruitment plan for our department. That gets you nothing, almost nothing. So I'll get a couple billboards probably in Bakersfield, one in Fresno, and I'll get some radio time and maybe a little bit of TV time, but $500,000 in today's world is nothing. So if we're going to tackle that as a group, we're going to need to figure out how we're going to use technology to our advantage, lighten the load for everyone, and then figure out how we're going to fundraise for that information. So, any ideas, comments, concerns, committees? You guys are really quiet. You know, let's take a break because we've been in here the whole time, haven't we? We haven't taken one break. So yeah, let's take a break and we'll come back and we can talk. Take 10 or 15, water, Snapple's in the back. I will call and find out when lunch is happening, and then we'll get going again.
President, I have a brand new feature right here in Huntington Beach, and new amenity. First
I'll just leave some of my information about all what you guys do. Okay, awesome, thank you.
Hey, so I'm gonna, Christine, where'd you come from? You came from Orange County, right?
Huntington Beach.
Yeah. So I'm gonna change up the meeting a little bit. We'll come back to committees. I met Christine last summer, I think. I've had this wild idea that we need to put lockers, contactless lockers, into the campground so people can charge their phones, whatever they're bringing to them, and their electronics. I'm like, wouldn't that be awesome? And I thought about it for years, and I didn't know how to do it, and I couldn't find anybody that did it. And I'm driving through Bolsa Chica with my boss, going like, oh, this is one of the most hip-happening beaches we have. We have great concessionaires. We think way outside the box. And here is Christine re-inventorying and working on her contactless lockers. And so it's an amazing opportunity. And where you started, well, you can tell them where you started, but it's basically like Home Depots and apartment buildings. If you need a drill, I don't have one in my apartment, you can go and use those things. And she's adapted it to the beach, which again is going to make her millions, and I want a percentage cut later. So with that said, Brevi is a company. They're providing your lunch, so you better listen to her and be nice. Thank you.
Okay, hi, I guess I'm gonna come over here and do a quick little intro. So Brian's right, I met him in the parking lot, just standing around, and he was so nice and gracious to bring me back here, so thank you guys for your time. I will be as quick, as brief, to the point, and hopefully as interesting as possible. So when I first started this concept, it was really about sustainability. My background's in commercial real estate, and I was trying to bring sustainability to apartment dwellers because they didn't have a ton of space and they didn't have garages or storage. And so I thought, well, why can't we all just share stuff, like a ladder? I have a ladder in my garage, I have a cooler, I have chairs and tables and a bunch of stuff cluttering up my garage. And so I thought, why can't there be a system where everyone can share these things and we can rent them and return them? Because I don't know about you guys, but I've done stuff on Craigslist and it's kind of shady in the parking lot, handing something off, hoping it works. So I wanted it to be a really retail experience and user-friendly. So that's where this idea came from. So today is really just to educate you guys because we are moving to the beach and to the campgrounds, and I'm gonna tell you how we got to this point. So I'm gonna show you a quick presentation. It'll go by quick, and then if you have any questions or any input, I'd love to hear your thoughts. So let me get over here. We'll get started. So the goals really is to talk about the benefit of technology. Once COVID hit, everyone could work from anywhere, especially the beaches. And in Huntington Beach, where I'm from, the beaches were a place to go and kind of, if you had an opportunity to work there, you would do it. However, there's no Wi-Fi, there's no covered areas, so you can't work on your computer because there's no shade. So it was a little tricky, even though it was high demand. This goal also is to provide a revenue stream for the state. There's lots of money-making opportunities with this. We're trying to bring convenience to beachgoers and campers. And the thing that I always talk about, and everyone tells me to stop talking about it, is sustainability and doing something good for the world. I want to give back. I want to leave a legacy. I know it sounds corny, but it's my goal. Okay. So I'm going to play this quick little video. We were actually featured on the news, and I think this is worth, a video is worth 100 words. So if I can just get out of here, I'm going to show this to you.
Right here in California. I'll tell you all about it and why you don't need to bring beach toys to the beach anymore.
With a visit to Surf City.
And of course, we're talking about Huntington Beach. Sandra, what are you doing down there? Good morning.
Hi there. I love this. Good morning. We're rediscovering California in a major way right here in Huntington Beach. There's no need to schlep all your beach toys now to the beach when you come on out here, because take a look at these. They have all the amenities right here for you. This is a brand new, first of its kind, right here in California State Parks. And look, you can get your boogie board, everything you need to hit the beach and have fun all around town. I love this. This is a dream come true, because you don't understand. When you go to the beach, you have to pack up your entire house, your entire garage, schlep it onto the sand, right? All the beach toys and amenities. And then you go back to your house. In the car is filled with sand. I'll show you how it works. All you need is your phone. And then you basically open up the app, and one of these lockers will open up to whatever you want. Look at a surfboard. You don't have to carry that from your home, put it on your car. It's right here for you. And then when you're done with it, there you go. It's already right here at the beach. So this is a great concept, and again, only right here in Huntington Beach. How they're making it so accessible, so easy for you to enjoy Surf City. And
Okay, well that's, it goes on. So that was the good news, is we attracted the news and they came and did a segment on us. So that's kind of it in a nutshell at the beach, but I will show you, this is our first location. We're located in Huntington Beach at Newland and PCH, which is not the most ideal area of Huntington Beach, but it's the only area they would give us. And so how we started this, and Brian kind of knows the story, is there's been this huge push at Huntington Beach to elevate the concessions. And so we somehow managed to get in with renting surfboards. Somebody asked, can your lockers rent surfboards? And I said yes, even though we really had no idea how to do that. But we pulled it off in a short period of time. So we rent surfboards. People rent them for 20 bucks, take them out of the locker, go use them and bring them back. So it's been really wild. The only reason that we said yes to that is because we wanted to have access to that location in terms of all the other things that people could rent. So we rent tents, coolers, speakers, I mean, anything, all the beach games, all the spike ball, anything you can think of that will fit in these lockers, we're renting right now. So people don't have to buy them and then trash them after they use them once. So it's kind of been a good concept that's taking off. But in order to get that happening, they asked us if we could sell firewood. And so as I told you, I'm on this corny journey to like do better for the world. I said no. I said, I don't want to sell firewood. I don't want to burn stuff. That's not my goal. I want to work on sustainability. And they said, well, if you don't sell firewood, you can't rent items. So I said, fine, mercy, we'll figure it out. Let's do it. So here we have firewood lockers. And that's a really interesting story because the firewood lockers are automated just like everything else. And so we sell firewood when all the concessions are closed. So I have an app and my phone dings every time we sell firewood, and I'm telling you we sell firewood all night until the beach closes at 10 o'clock. It's amazing. It's $14 for a bundle of firewood. It's expensive, but it's convenient, and people don't want to leave the beach once they've already come in. So it's been kind of wild. So this is how it works. We have this locker. This is actually the graphics. It's really hard to explain to people that you can rent items from a locker. So we made the graphics 3D. And so as you saw in the last picture, you see what's in the locker when you're standing there. And it's not even an app. It's just a smart web page. So if you go to brevi.com, it'll take you to where you can rent items. These are some of the items that we rent right now. We have wagons, coolers, like I said, cornhole, all these different types of things. And we like to mix it up. You can also purchase items from the lockers. So we've actually sold a bunch of towels and sunscreen, believe it or not. So we tried to focus on items that people could take and use multiple times. And you're not gonna wanna use somebody else's towel, nor do we wanna do laundry. So that's why we sell those. So these are our firewood lockers, and this is just one of many. We actually have these throughout Texas and Tennessee. They're doing really well there as well. And they are just lockers that store firewood. It's kind of interesting. From that, I never thought I would be in like the gas business, but here we are again. There's been this high demand for propane. And so as you guys probably know, I knew nothing about propane. My dad handled the propane exchange when I was a kid, never had to do it. So I've learned a lot about propane, and the interesting thing is you walk into a store, you have to ask somebody to go out and unlock it and yada yada. So we're automating the entire business. So now you don't have to go to Home Depot, check it out the register. You can take your phone, do it all on your app, you scan something, and your door is gonna pop open. So we're actually talking a lot about these lockers to campgrounds and the such, even beaches. However, our lockers are actually patented so that they can keep gas inside them, because not every locker can house gas. So, so here we are in the gas business. This is it's really simple how you work it. We have QR codes, which made a huge comeback over COVID. No one knew what they were, and now here they are. So you scan your QR code, you read the directions, the locker pops open, you close the locker, you take your stuff, you use it. Then when you come back, you scan a QR code, it says you want to return, and you follow the instructions and you return it. So these are some of the results, which were a little bit shocking. Again, as I've told you the story, I didn't want to do firewood, but it's pretty incredible. So 370 units of firewood might not sound like a lot, But when it's something we didn't want to do, and people are usually doing it at night, and we started so late in the season, this has been through the winter. So it's been really interesting, to say the least. We're actually anticipating a very high volume this summer. So this is kind of how we started. It really wasn't about the beaches or the parks or anything. It was honestly about apartments and putting items in a centrally located space where people could share things. And it was to really enhance lives. So, if you wanted to go camping, we have tents, we have all kinds, we have, games, we have anything you can think of. Karaoke machines, which rent at midnight, I find interesting, but they do. Here's just some marketing samples that we send out to kind of educate, because that's really what this journey is right now. We're on the education process. And so they're actually evolving. So now we have these boxes. We don't put these outside. We put these inside under covered areas in safe locations. So they're glass fronts and they have glass shelves and they're really like a retail feel. So when you walk by, you can see, oh, I need that tool set or that air compressor, or the jumper cables do really well. It's interesting. So we know what's renting and where they're renting at what location. And so these are actually coming out in more and more locations, including right now there's 4 at Albertsons. I'm going to skip this case study because I'm going to go over it with you. So I wanted to talk about some of the frequently asked questions and then the problem solving that we've done in order to get to this point. So at the beach in particular, you saw that first picture, we're literally in a parking stall. Like, it's literally a parking stall. And we didn't have electricity, it's not covered, and there's no Wi-Fi, and there's no hard wire connection. So it was almost asking us to do something that was really impossible. So we had to figure out electricity, we had to wire electricity to this hut, and then we had to figure out how to get our computers to talk to the smart locker to get it all figured out. So we end up using a wireless router, so we're using cell service, and what happens at the beach is it's windy, it's sometimes cold, it's sometimes wet, so we're constantly battling that. And then one of the other things that happened that we're learning is we have an electrical outlet because they all run on power. But what happens is in Huntington, and I'm sure most of the beaches have this problem, is we have a homeless population and they unplug our units to plug in their cell phones and then they don't plug them back in. So we struggle with that because we're constantly trying to, oh my gosh, the machine's not working, I wonder why, is the power out? Oh no, it's just unplugged. So we have to have cameras that are watching everything, and then we're working on lock boxes to lock so you can't pull the power out. So we've just learned a lot along the way. And so that's why when we're talking to the state and anybody that's interested, campgrounds, we're also renting kayaks in Tennessee. So we're working on areas where it makes sense for us to be located. So I'm gonna show you some of the things we have going on. So this is in a bike room in Seattle. It's really interesting. When we started this journey, we are Orange County natives. And the one place that really wants this more and more and more and buys more lockers than I can handle is Seattle. They understand the sharing economy, the circular economy, they get it. And so they've ordered, I think we're up to almost 30 in Seattle. This is in Albertsons. So we have 4 locations, 2 in Irvine and 2 in San Diego. So that's still going on. These are our cameras. We have cameras on each individual location. So we don't publicize this because I'm sure this guy doesn't want his face all over, but we just like to see who's renting and what and how they return items. And that's part of how we monitor the way things are returned, which I will get to because I'm sure you guys are all wondering, well, how do you track your stuff? How does it work? What if they break it? So I will get to that. These are Jackson Apartments in Seattle again. You can see we can wrap them anyway. So any park, any location can have graphics wrapped. This is in a parking structure, 2 floors down. So they can be in unfound real estate, which makes them valuable because now this is just a wall, but now you're producing revenue. So that's kind of how that works. So this is the slide that everyone asks me about, especially my family. When I first started this, they said, well, how are you going to monitor it? How are you going to do this? And so really, it's like if you've ever rented a car, you have to have the car inspected, you have to put your credit card down, and you have to return it like you found it, or you get fined, right? So it's really simple. So we have an app. When you return, we ask you to self-report damage. So it's really instilling, really, a mentality for people to take care of things, which, you know, I was raised with the golden rule. I'm sure you guys were too. Treat others and things the way you want to be treated. So we went into this hoping that would happen, but knowing it wouldn't. But we've been pleasantly surprised because nobody wants to be charged. So right now we have situations where somebody will take the tent and they go camping and they bring it back and it's full of dust and it's not packaged right. And they say, I don't want to deal with it, charge me $5, and they shove it in the locker. And we know that because we can see how they're returning it. So then we just say, great, we're going to charge you, and we're going to send somebody out to, you know, pick up your pieces. So we do. We also have had situations where someone will accidentally lose a part or throw something away. And the goal is not to punish people for those types of things. The goal is to teach, you know, self-reporting where, yeah, I threw away the container to the vacuum cleaner. Okay, great, we'll replace it. No problem, it's an extra $1, whatever. So that's really like how we started this and what's been going on and how it's working. A lot of our lockers are in communities, so you know the people that you're renting with, so it's kind of safe. When we get into more public locations such as Albertsons or the beach, it's a little different, but we're still working on that. Our system is a triangulated system, so we have cameras, we have our self-reporting, and then we also have RFID tags on all of our merchandise. So if you take something out, we can see it's been taken from the locker, and our software basically tracks everything so we know when it's out, when it's in. It's interesting every once in a while, you know, there's always people who try to break the system. And so you see things like, well, I returned it in and this didn't happen. And the software is so good now with all of this stuff, you guys. It like tracks in real time and it timestamps. And so it's really hard to beat the system, but people still try and it's interesting. And so if something does happen, so let's say the surfboards come back and they are full of sand and trashed or whatever. We have what we call, if you've heard of TaskRabbit, we have what we use as Brevi Bees, and they're just contract workers. My son is 17, so I use him a lot, and I send him to the beach, and I say, go clean the stuff. And he goes down there, and he'll clean the surfboard if it needs it, and we can see it. So when you return the item, you have to take a picture of it. We call it a selfie, but it's a product selfie, and then we can see how you're turning it in. We also have cameras, and then we have the self-reporting. So there's all these different ways we're collecting data. And then the other thing that has been working is it's kind of like Uber. So I don't know if you guys know this or not, but if you request an Uber and you're drunk and you throw up in the Uber will say to all the other Uber drivers, I am not renting, I will not pick that guy up, he's a mess. So there's a two-way rating system. So you get to rate your Uber driver, but your Uber driver also rates you. Did you guys know that? A lot of people don't know that. So that's kind of how we do it as well. So if you are a bad renter and you're constantly breaking stuff or you're constantly not turning stuff in, that's how we do the education process. So we rate you as a renter and we say, you're cut off. We're not gonna let you rent anything anymore. And so our goal is that our renters will give us 5 stars, but there is a two-way rating system. So everyone always asks that because no one can quite grasp that someone's gonna turn something in nicely. But if we have your credit card on file, and we also have in our terms and conditions that if you don't turn something in, we will charge you 200% of the retail value. So there are examples where I just recently talked to a gentleman in San Diego. He rented a table for his daughter's birthday, and he called and he said, hey, how much is it if I want to keep this table? And I said, well, the goal is not for you to keep it. It's not a one-way exchange. It's not a vending machine for consumption. It's for sustainability, so we want you to return it, so can you just return it? And he said, nah, I'd rather pay the 200%. So the interesting thing about that is one way that we always have fresh merchandise because people will not return it or they break it and they pay for it. So we always have fresh merchandise. We have the latest models. So it's kind of cool because if you own a vacuum and it's 5 years old, well, now you get to use a brand new one. So it's just kind of an interesting scenario of how it's working out. Here are our requirements, and so this is why I'm here, because I want to talk to anybody that has space, location, where they think this could be a possible fit. We are looking for places with high traffic. Obviously, beaches and parks fall into that category. We do need some space. We need a covered area, and we also need electrical outlets and internet connection, and that's really been the hardest thing is the electricity, covered area, and we also need a flat surface. The other thing is we really like having the ability to market to consumers. So we don't necessarily want to make $1 million. It's not the goal. The goal is to educate people that this is an option, it's available. So our prices are really low. We want people to get accustomed to the circular economy, to renting an item. You don't need to go buy a surfboard and use it once. You don't need to do that anymore. So that's really the goal. It's pretty prevalent in Hawaii. I don't know if you guys know this, but the Costco in Hawaii is the #1 Costco for returns, because people go on vacation, they go buy a bunch of stuff, and then they use it, and then they return it. So Costco has different return policies in Hawaii than they do in other places in the world, which I find interesting. So hopefully this can help combat that. So that's really what I wanted to talk about, but I just wanted to ask you guys if you could guess a couple things that we've learned. Do you have any idea what the #1 rented item could possibly be in these units? Not just at the beach, but anywhere. Anybody have any guess? Umbrella's good, but it's not the #1. The #1 out of all of our merchandise is the Dyson vacuum, which is bizarre, but it is the #1 rented item. Every time it rents, there's somebody lined up to rent it again. The #2 are the tools. So we have a standard toolkit. It has a drill, it has all that good stuff. The tools are constantly rented. We also have a dolly and a ladder that are rented all the time, because we do have a lot of apartment locations. So it's interesting to see those non-traditional, buying a ladder is not like a sexy purchase. It's not a pair of sunglasses or a phone. It's kind of, I gotta buy a ladder. So those are the types of things that rent. So we're learning more and more about that kind of consumer behavior. And so what can we put at the beach? What could we put in these lockers that people will want to rent? Some people do not want to rent. There's certain things that I don't want that somebody else has touched. So what is that? But, so when I do have this conversation, when I first started this journey, I had this conversation with my dad. And the way I had to get to convince him that this is happening, that this is coming, is I said, Dad, we are at a restaurant and you are eating with a fork that somebody else has put in their mouth. So it was like talking about the idea of reusing certain things, and people have a hard time with that. But if we can make it desirable, if we can make it where it's something to look forward to versus a negative connotation of we have all been taught about ownership, and so we all want to acquire and consume all this stuff, and really that's not necessary anymore in the future. So that's really what we're trying to bring to the masses and just educate everybody. So we are looking for any place that wants to house beach gear, rentable items, camping gear. It might be nice if you're just a young buck, want to camp for a night and you don't want to go spend $200 on a tent or a sleeping bag or whatever. We try not to do sleeping bags. We do air cots or air mattresses and cots, but we try to stay away from anything that can house any kind of germs or whatnot. So do you guys have any questions for me? Any ideas? If you have anything that you think would rent?
I was just wondering, when you say revenue sharing, so does the city or the location get a percentage of sales or?
Yes, that is a great question. I wasn't sure if I wanted to talk about that, but yes. So that's really the goal, is that we really focus on being what's called a SaaS platform, so software as a service, and we're establishing that as our overarching business. And then what we do is we partner with the city or the state or an apartment community, and they get the revenue. We house all the software and the hardware, and then we have people that come in and almost like a franchise, if you will. So we do have a franchise runner in Tennessee. They use our software, they use our system. We house all the technology. We have the customer service, people call, text, we deal with all that, and then they're the ones that go out and fix a kayak if it's broken or restock the firewood. So they get the majority of the revenue. And then the other part about the revenue that I think is really interesting is because of the way the system is built, you could change the pricing on anything with a button. So if it's Memorial Weekend and everyone's camping and that tent is in high demand, you could charge $50. Or if it's a Monday and no one's doing anything, you could charge $5. It doesn't matter. So you can do the dynamic pricing based on seasonality. We know based on our firewood sales that we have to, and just the economy in general, that we have to raise the price of firewood, because if you can get it at Smart & Final for $10, then we obviously need to charge a little more for the convenience of having it at the beach. So you can kind of play with the pricing. We know now at this point, what's working in multifamily, but we are still exploring what's happening at the beach and whatnot. $20 seems to be a pretty good rate for a surfboard. People will just rent it all the time. Even if they rent it for an hour, they return it. So then that's really the goal, is to be able to give money to, the state or the city or a campground or, whoever is interested in running a business like this. Yeah.
Sorry if I missed the beginning of your presentation, but how do they find the location of your units? On the website, or do you have an app?
So we have a mobile app, so it's brevi.com, but it also is m.brevi.com. And so we also have location services. So when you're near the locker, that location will pop up on your phone. So that's really kind of how it works. It works right now. Obviously, our goal is to get to the masses and be nationwide. And then the ideal part would be if you rented something here, you could return it there. But right now, you have to stay in your location. So if you're at Albertsons and Irvine, whatever's in that locker will pop up. Yeah. Any other questions? Anything that we should be putting in these lockers that you guys hear about on a regular basis that we haven't thought of? I'd take anything. I did talk to one of the concession gals about that, but unfortunately, that was not well. And we have also talked about peer-to-peer exchange. So if you're familiar with peer-to-peer exchange, so you could put something in and he could take something out, but we got into a whole mess of liability and drugs and decided that was not the way to go. So we're out of that game. But there's endless possibilities. You can literally put any item in these lockers that'll fit. Bikes, scooters, we've had anything you can think of in these lockers. It's been really interesting. We do survey areas. So the number one thing that I found really interesting is, guess what the number one item was that people wanted to rent, that they said they wanted to rent? Board games. No one rents board games, I can assure you. I thought it was really interesting. That was the number one requested item, and no one actually rents those. So anyways, any other questions? If you think of anything, I'm gonna leave some cards on the back. We're just trying to get to as many beaches as possible and give the convenience, the technology, and the sustainability to the state of California. So that's it. Thank you guys for your time.
I did promise Lawrence that I would connect you with Christine to talk about statewide broadband efforts, because her biggest challenge at Bolsa, you're at Huntington or Bolsa?
Well, it's Newland, so.
Yeah. Her biggest struggle at Huntington was the connectivity. And so you have some solutions that you're already doing. Yeah.
Yep.
When it's over.
Okay.
Christine actually solved a problem for our concessionaire. Is they promised us the world needs cargo containers, and they were going to rent bikes and do all this great stuff. And then Christine came out of nowhere as a sub. So to your point, Jason, she pays a percentage of gross receipts on her agreement that she has with us. But yeah, yep. And the other issue we have, I'd expand this in more park units and beaches, but the other problem that we have is every time we find a location that has everything you're looking for covered, secure, electricity and connectivity, I run into ADA issues because the building is, as most of us have, restrooms are either 30 or 40 years old, or your concession stand doesn't have enough room or padding. So we've been talking with our service centers we've been talking about it for years. We finally found Christine's business of, you need to set aside some of that square footage somewhere so that we can do this stuff. So thank you very much.
Yeah. No, thank you guys. I appreciate your time.
Easy revenue. All right. Lunch, they wanted to land the helicopter before they brought us our sandwiches. So we have to wait about another 10 minutes. But we're almost concluded, and I know some of us are getting on the road. What I wanted to talk about really was, what are the next committees? We had about 30 minutes together in the back and chatting it up. Is there anything that I gave up what I would suggest? I really want to hear from you guys based on the list that you guys are seeing up there, based on the things that are happening in your operations. That's how we grow our committees. So I'm looking for any interest in doing that. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting here twiddling your thumbs until lunch gets here. So you might as well get some work done.
Throwing out technology, which kind of is part of some of the things that you put out there.
Yeah. Yeah, going back to statewide broadband, Team SOS actually is one of the four, I think they're one of the four contracted vendors statewide. Each one of our counties received, I think, it's a hefty sum. I want to say there's a total of $7 billion. So each county got a huge amount of money to provide broadband overlay. And we've really been pushing with our lobbyists in our department of not only, it's supposed to go to rural areas, but they want to satellite this off of government buildings, government facilities. And so one of the things that's of interest to us is that we have an issue in many of our beach locations where we can't get connectivity to our towers. And so we're trying to push Sandag in particular right now into providing that statewide broadband initiative and pushing it to our coastal communities. Yes, do most of them have the money to do free public Wi-Fi? Absolutely. But do they have the money to figure out how to engineer it to get it to that tower? So if you have any questions about that, Lawrence can probably give you a little bit of heads up. He's got some other team members that are coming in tomorrow, I think. So if you're around the rest of the week or you got somebody here, it's a very interesting topic. There's a lot of discussion in my office of how do we utilize it to our benefit in providing interp education. Yesterday we talked about LCD displays that are not static, but I can change the signage. I can tell people if I have a shark attack and everything else. And we have the proof of concept at Bolsa Chica right now to prove that we can do it. So just a few things. When I talk to Christine, it's 20 things explode in my mind. I'm thinking about it for 6 weeks at a time, going like, I could do that. But then I sit here in the government job and go, we can't do that. So hopefully that was a little bit helpful. But yeah, technology is one. What are we talking about technology? What did we hear? What do we want to do? Anyone? Are we looking for data collection? Are we looking for connectivity? Are we looking for what are we looking for when we say technology?
Everything. Rescue equipment.
All right, Joe, you're leading that committee.
More drones, more cameras, more emerging technology.
Okay.
CAD.
I think we definitely need to look at the policy one also. I mean, we've got some good stuff done. We got one in Orange County going, which is the large mammal disposal policy that we're working on. And I think that could be a statewide policy pretty easily.
Policy and legislation.
Yeah, you know what we're doing with that, James, is we're gonna get a contract with Towboat US, and we're all gonna pay them a yearly fee, Orange County cities. We're gonna pay a yearly fee to Towboat, so whenever we get a whale, we can call Towboat, and they'll send it down to San Diego. Yeah. So maybe you wanna get on board, so we send it all to Mexico. I mean, that's up to you.
No one wrote their policy.
If the international incident comes from Orange County, we'd all be used to it. Cutting edge.
I think one of the things we have pushed with Assemblywoman Wynn in Huntington and then with Horvath is developing some type of funding source from the state or federal level for large marine mammal carcasses. Whether science is doing it, but we have Division of Boating Waterways. As Justin knows, they don't do a whole lot of work for us most of the time, so we should take part in their funds to do something statewide. So whatever you're doing at Seal Beach doesn't become San Diego's problem. And so realize that we've put that forward the last 3 years. We haven't really gained traction, but I think if you guys worked on it on a committee, it might move the dial a little bit.
We got as far as having a meeting with Scripps and the state to basically take them out, sync them, and they'll be gone in 6 weeks. And they rig them with cameras, and they get all this data out of it, and the state shut it down. Fish and Wildlife? It was actually Joe Corleone, who was the national marine fisheries guy. So we got all the way to where they had it all figured out, and the state marine fisheries said, that's our fish, and we, yeah.
And we went to the dragon to Mexico.
We responded, okay, well then get it off of our beach.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep, perfect. So we're going to get you started, and we still have a couple people trickling in, but we're going to start the recording, and we're going to have you kick it off. Does that sound good?
Yeah, sure. Is anybody like doing an introduction, or do I just launch in?
Yeah, we're going to do an introduction for you for sure. Just give us one
Okay,
second.
cool. Yeah, and just on my end, it's still in practice session. Just a heads up on that end.
Yep, perfect. So we like to chat back and forth during practice
Cool.
session, and then we'll go live when we got our folks ready to introduce you. Sound good?
Beauty, I'll stand by and just whenever you're ready. Yeah, good to go.
Right on. All right, give us 1 second. We're going to finalize some logistics, and we'll be right back with you.
Cool.
I'll introduce him.
Perfect.
Finally, I was going to do that earlier.
All right, ready?
Yeah. Hey, I'd like to introduce Stan Collins.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Stan Collins. He's doing suicide prevention training for our first responders. And if everybody can give him a warm applause. And Stan, take it away.
All right, great, thanks. And actually, I'm not seeing anybody else, so I'm just going to hope that you can see me and hear me, and let me know if there's any tech issues. But are you seeing the slides?
Yep, we can see your slides.
All right, great. So yeah, my name is Stan Collins. I'm going to give a very quick, abbreviated version of a suicide prevention training for first responders. I want to start with a little bit of background on this effort, though, as well as who I am. So this effort is funded through County Behavioral Health, San Diego County Behavioral Health, Health and Human Services, and it's funneled through CHIP, Community Health Improvement Partners. And over the last 20 years, they've been working on various suicide prevention activities. Over the last 10 years, though, they've had the funding for the establishment of a countywide council. So I've been working with them as a consultant for a little over a decade. But I've worked in suicide prevention for about 20 years now. And I got involved in suicide prevention. I grew up in Poway, and I lost one of my buddies to suicide when I was in high school. And so that fuels my passion to do this work. A little bit more context, though, is that I spent 5 years with City Lifeguards, San Diego City Lifeguards. I'm a registered EMT, and I also come from a family of law enforcement. So my mom and my dad are both retired law enforcement officers. My brother's a sergeant with SDPD. So all of these experiences combined, the county came to me and said, hey, would you create a training for first responders? So I'm going to share as much of the content as I can with you today. And then I also want to just put out there that I often, especially coming from the lifeguard community and considering myself, still a waterman and a lifesaver, all the things is oftentimes our mental health or, lifeguards don't always get included in that first responder category. And so I would love nothing more than to bring this to your agency. So if any of you are looking at returning guard schools, whether permanent or seasonal, or any other types of mental health trainings, please feel free to reach out. It's offered for free. The training can be adapted from 30 minutes up to 90 minutes. So I just wanted to give that little bit of an infomercial as we begin. But jumping into the training, one of the reasons why I was asked to create it is that the national strategy, the California state strategy, and the San Diego County Suicide Prevention Action Plan identify that first responders are anybody who regularly comes into contact with people in distress should be trained around suicide prevention, what warning signs to look for, how to engage, how to have that conversation. Now, the role of first responders or law enforcement, it kind of was expanded upon with the Suicide Prevention Resource Center, identifying that part of the reason why we're missing suicide risking individuals is that we're looking for those really overt, in-your-face calls for mental health as the primary call for service. But when it comes to suicide, there's a lot of other scenarios that we might end up in where, mental health or suicide is just below the surface, and it's not the primary call for service, but it's an opportunity for us to engage. So hoping that we can expand our radar out a little bit. Now, as first responders, obviously we have other roles in our lives, right? We're family members, we're friends, colleagues, and community members. And so just being everything I'm going to share with you today, or that I would share to your future guards, would be information not just for their professional lives, but also for their personal lives, knowing how to support. Now, all this to say that I'm not here to dump suicide prevention on the lifeguard community or on first responders in general. But in San Diego County, as I mentioned, we have an action plan. And it's got 9 different prongs, and one of those is targeting different populations and reaching out and providing this type of awareness and training. So in this brief time, we'll talk about some of the warning signs, risk factors. What I want to spend the most amount of time on is actually how to have that conversation, and then share with you some resources. So just real quickly, some of the terminology we use in the suicide prevention field, instead of using the term committed suicide, which the term committed gets associated with crime or sin, a lot of people are shocked to find out it used to be illegal to attempt suicide. So instead, we ask that people use the term died by or died of suicide. You also hear people refer to successful or unsuccessful attempts, but if you break that down, if somebody successfully attempts suicide, they're dead. If they're unsuccessful, they're alive. So success really has nothing to do with it. It's either a death by suicide or an attempted suicide. Based on my loss, I'm what's referred to as a survivor of suicide loss. Obviously, an attempt survivor is someone who lived through an attempt. And then people who refer to lived experiences often refer to people who have had thoughts of suicide but never made an attempt. Just real quick data to throw at you. What we've seen since about 2007, 2008 in San Diego, and this is pretty consistent across the state. I think there's some folks from other areas. About 2007, 2008, we saw suicide rates and numbers increase. But over the last couple of years, even through the pandemic, we've actually seen a decline in the last few years. One thing I do want to highlight, though, is right here, this 3-to-1 breakdown males to females. What's interesting is that females actually attempt suicide more frequently than males. But of the smaller number of males who attempt, typically their attempts are more lethal, and that comes down to lethal means. So typically males, especially first responders, choose a more lethal means. And we're going to circle back to that in just a second. But if you're looking at where does suicide fall in the lifespan, it used to be more skewed in the 50 to 60-year-olds. Over the last decade or so, we've seen that unfortunately span out a little bit with pretty high numbers and rates in the 20-year-olds. Now, when it comes to means and methods, one of the things I want to highlight is that the evidence and the research and all the things show us that restricting access to lethal means during times of crisis is one of the most effective strategies. So the more speed bumps we can put somebody who's between somebody's having suicidal thoughts and those means or methods, especially firearms, the less likely they are to make an attempt. And if they do make an attempt, the less likely it is to be lethal, because what we know is people are often tied to what's referred to as a suicide image. And so I apologize, it's kind of a dark place to go in your head, but if we were to go around the room and say, if you were to attempt, what ways would you do it and what ways would you definitely not, that list would be different for every single person. And so there's an effort we have in San Diego called Stop Firearm Suicide SD. We partner with Poway Weapons and Gear that offer discounted storage for people to store their firearms outside of the home. Again, just during times of crisis, we're trying to not involve law enforcement, not use the gun violence restraining order, just build accountability and responsibility awareness so that people know they can get the guns out of the home. The penal code has also been updated so that you can transfer firearms temporarily to a friend or family member during times of suicide crisis. So there's a website. I think some of you are from Orange County as well. We're kicking off a website up there as well, and I'm also working on a statewide effort. So if you have any interest in this, please reach out. Now, real quickly, going through warning signs and risk factors, a lot of this is going to be review, but it really comes down, what I think, is to trusting your instincts. Warning signs are behaviors or clues that might indicate someone's going through a hard time, and we instinctually, I believe, know what to look for. Those risk factors are basically any life stressors, and the more you stack on, the greater the risk. But when it comes to warning signs, here's the big three. Obviously, if somebody's talking about wanting to die or not wanting to be alive, or especially talking directly about suicide, if they're looking for or acquiring ways to make a suicide attempt, but really what it comes down to, in my opinion, is pain and hope. And suicide happens when that pain outweighs that hope. So we're really looking for an overwhelming sense of pain and hopelessness, because we can deal with a ton of pain as long as we have the hope that tomorrow's going to be better. So, what does hopelessness look like? What does it feel like? It's just something that we sense. On social media, people will be direct and they'll say things like, I wish I were dead, but we all get that bystander mentality. Somebody else will take care of it. But in real life, people might say things like, you won't have to worry about me much more, or I'm a burden in people's lives. And really anything that clicks our antenna up to say, dude, that didn't sound right. What's going on? Are you by chance thinking about suicide? We want to check in. Now, these are all things that you would expect: hopelessness, withdrawal, increased use of drugs or alcohol. But I want to highlight these down at the bottom: being anxious or agitated, showing rage. when someone is withdrawing and sad, our instincts are to pull them close. But I know for myself, I wasn't taught how to deal with sadness as a young man, so I was taught that it's acceptable to show it in anger and aggression. But what I'm challenging to do is, even if somebody's acting in that manner, is to, what is the why behind this behavior? Why has this changed? And still seek that out. And I think especially in the first responder community, we're more comfortable showing that irritation, that agitation, and just that might be a signal that we need to check in with somebody. People might also, once they make a plan for suicide, start putting affairs in order, give away possessions, might write out a will or goodbye letters, might return tools or items that have been borrowed. But really what we're looking for is any change in behavior. Now, when it comes to risk factors, I'm not going to go through these individually. What I do want to highlight, though, is that as well balanced as we may think we are, you stack up enough stuff and we're all going to run out of the bandwidth to deal with it. You know, I remember a few years back, my girlfriend had done me, my dog had died, and I totaled my truck within that 24-hour period. My friends were joking, like, man, dude, your life is like a country song right now. But when we see those moments in people's lives, we need to check in, and as hard as it is for us to accept it, realize that suicide might be on their radar, and therefore we need to have a conversation. So in the short time I have left, I just really want to hone in on this part, which is how to have that conversation. One of the biggest mistakes I see mental health professionals to first responders make is how they ask that question and being afraid to say the word suicide. There's this myth we have that if we talk directly and openly about suicide, we're going to cause it to happen or plant the seed or put the idea in their head. And everything that we know tells us the opposite. And if any of you have had a conversation with somebody and asked, hey, are you having thoughts of suicide? Instead of it increasing risk, it actually is like a pressure valve gets released. And I remember, one of the first times I went code on the beach, I was all jacked up, and, my sergeant at the time, looked at me, he's like, I need you to downshift. And really in these moments, that's what we need to do is downshift. But we also want to avoid asking the question, are you thinking about hurting yourself? Because if someone is thinking about suicide because of that overwhelming pain, they're not looking at suicide as hurting themselves. They actually think of suicide as a release of that pain. So you want to be direct, because if you say things like, are you thinking about hurting yourself or harming yourself? Well, you're actually letting that person know is like, hey, I'm not totally comfortable with this. So you want to be direct and say, hey, if you're having thoughts of suicide, we need to talk about suicide, and I'm willing to jump in the mud with you. Now, what separates somebody from low risk to high risk is whether or not they have a plan. So one of the follow-up questions to ask is have you thought about how you would do this? And if they have a plan, they have that suicide image in their head, then we want to be even more vigilant and maybe a little bit more acute in our response. But really, once it comes down to finding out if somebody has thoughts and whether or not they have a plan, that's all we need to know about suicide, because suicide is not their problem. Again, what suicide is what they perceive as their solution. What we need to understand is the pain. So similar to OPQ or ST, imagine instead of physical pain, it's emotional pain. So how long has this been going on? Scale of 1 to 10. Can you describe the pain? What makes it worse? What makes it better? We're going to build trust. We're going to build rapport, and we're really going to get to the core of the issue. So if you want to grab your phones, take a picture. I'm happy to send out the slide deck afterwards as well. But really the questions we want to ask are you thinking about suicide? Do you have a plan? And then questions about that pain. Now, obviously, when this is going on, you want to give yourself plenty of time. Even though I ran you through some yes or no questions, you're going to get a lot more out of somebody if you ask them to tell you a story rather than playing 20 questions with suicide. Being respectful of their privacy, I've asked people in front of their partners or kids in front of their parents and gotten a negative response and then gotten a positive response when asking in private. So as much as you can do to create that safe space and create that time. In our training, we're taught a lot about detached concern, separating ourselves and being very formal. But in these situations, empathic concern and getting an eye level, reflective listening, a hand on the shoulder is appropriate, can really go a long way. One of the first things I tell people is take off your sunglasses. Like, if you're comfortable, introduce yourself by your first name. Whatever you can do to build that human connection, that hope. We do have a survivor of suicide loss group in San Diego, CSLSA, that's available. They're doing virtual support groups right now. They're going to be going back to in-person, but they do them all over the county, even up in Riverside. So I want to let you know there. I'm going to run you through some resources in San Diego. We have the San Diego County Access and Crisis Line, 888-724-7240. If you were ever with a friend or even a professional setting and somebody's thinking about suicide, but it's not a crisis call per se, you could call into them and say, hey, I'm not here, identify yourself, here's the situation, what should I tell this person to do? And they might have you call a family member. They might take the phone and do a safety plan. but it's a 24/7 resource. In OC, you got the D.D. Hirsch Center, which I think goes from OC all the way up to Ventura. So that number's there as well. In San Diego County, all first responders, including lifeguards, have access to the Ryan Mitchell First Responders Behavioral Health Support Program. I'm actually meeting with them right after this. They do webinars, trainings. They also provide substance abuse counseling. So a wealth of resources there for anybody here. I'm going to run through these others, and again, I'll send out the PDF. Copline, I know state lifeguards are peace officers. Copline is a 24/7 crisis line that's staffed by law enforcement officers. Safe Call Now is for any first responder, whatever their specialty, whatever their profession. And then a couple of years ago, I had the opportunity for my statewide program, Each Mind Matters and Know the Signs, to create a toolkit for first responders. So there's template newsletters. There's on the right side, you see the Columbia Screening Tool, which is a screening tool designed for use by first responders, and a wealth of other resources. So with that, I actually think I'm 1 minute over. I apologize for that, but here's my email. Again, very brief, condensed version of this, but I appreciate you sneaking me in. And again, if anybody's interested in bringing me down to your agency or over to your agency, please reach out and let me know, because I think as first responders, especially as lifeguards, we need to be doing more to talk about our mental health. And I hope you walked away today with a little more education, but hopefully a lot more comfort around this topic. So with that, I'll kick it back to you, or if there's time for questions, I'm happy to answer it.
You have any questions? No questions, Dan, but thank you very much. I don't know if
All right, sounds good. Well, I'll get my contact information out if anybody's interested. Otherwise, again, thank you for the time and the opportunity, and just please stay safe and take care of yourself.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks, everyone. Take care.
How are you guys doing? How was today? Good? Fun? Right on. Who had the PIO? Who was a media relations? How'd that go? Fun?
Yeah, not too bad.
No stress?
No, I think you handled it right.
Good. Good.
Confidence is key.
What is it with the state park watch? It's always late, man. All right, we'll give a few minutes for everybody to kind of trickle in here. It is my pleasure what do you call it when I introduce? God, it's been a long day. It's my pleasure to introduce Kevin from Surfline. Surfline's one of our greatest partners for a lot of our agencies. State Parks is included in that. Had a lot of fun over the years, have learned a lot, and Kevin is here to talk about weather forecasting, and I'll let you introduce your profession, your background.
Yeah.
So
I'm not 100% set up.
go ahead and set yourself up, because I'm sure people are going to trickle in. Mr. Bergen won't be the last. He's just always late. That's all.
It's keynote, yeah. I sent it to Brian and, yeah, I sent one of the key guys through there too. I know. And my cousin's wedding, my aunt got this. Yeah, I sent it to Brian. Or just for pictures. Kevin Wallace.
Should have let that one rip.
Oh, I got the slides.
So worth it.
No.
It's a link. Every once in a while, this like I'll actually get a weird.
Did you get a little flash on there?
I just tried to.
There we go.
I've been in a couple commercials in there. Really?
Here's your microphone right here. You got it.
Okay.
It's a directional one. You don't have to be super close to it.
Okay. If I'm up here, is that good enough? Or okay.
I'm just gonna aim it at you.
My voice. Well, I guess it's just one.
It's summer.
Yeah.
It's summer.
That's why it's so beautiful. It's like this.
Brian, you want me to just keep going, or?
Yeah, as long as he says we're recording, you can go. The only issue is you gotta be by a mic.
All right.
So if you don't like sticking around a podium, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Can I get you just to do the?
Yep. You got it.
Just basically just.
And Kevin, if you wanna hide, you can sit there and talk into that mic.
Oh, okay. So that's okay to do this one.
Yeah.
If I stand, is that close enough, you think? Okay. I'll try and alternate between the mic and looking out at all the people here. All right, everyone. My name is Kevin Wallace. I'm the Director of Forecasting at Surfline. Before we get started, I have a test. You guys as lifeguards and gals as lifeguards. Any guesses on where this is?
State Beach.
Did I? Where? Did I? This was Big Swell in 2009 during the U.S. Open, Southern Hemisphere Swell. A guy named Tom Kozad that we work with a lot at Surfline went up on a helicopter and documented it from the sky, kind of the entire coast. And this was actually, he sent me a couple of these as I helped him with the forecast. And I'll get to in a second, I have a background as a lifeguard as well. And so he knew that I would especially like these photos because those are probably some of the craziest rips I've ever seen in my entire life. That was particularly big swell for anyone that doesn't remember. I think it was the end of July 2009. Probably one of the biggest Southern Hemisphere swells I've seen since I've been at Surfline. I've been there for 22 years. I think, Huntington Beach was probably, 8 to 12, 15-foot faces, something like that. Wedge is as big as I've ever seen it outside of maybe Hurricane Marie. So cool photo there. All right, so like I mentioned, I'm the director of forecasting at Surfline. I've been there just under 22 years. It'll be 22 years in June when I started. And for those that are unaware, we are a surf report and forecasting company. We provide surf reports and long-range forecasts for breaks worldwide. I think we have 5,000 spots now that we provide a forecast for. Human reports for a number of areas, primarily in the U.S. West, along the U.S. West Coast, U.S. East Coast, now Australia as well, the U.K. and New Zealand are kind of our biggest markets. At this point, I get to do a lot of fun forecasting. I'm not as on the day-to-day operations and forecasts as much for, whether it's North Orange County or Southern California, but I get to do a lot of the specialty forecasts, meaning there's really big waves. I'm helping different guys and different gals hopefully be in the right spot at the right time to meet those waves. We are the official forecasters for the World Surfing League as well. So we're providing forecasts and helping them determine when they're going to run their events, and work with a number of photographers and professional surfers to try and put them in the right place at the right time to get the best waves possible. In addition to doing forecasting and reporting, we do a lot of editorial as well. If there's a really good swell that happened today, somewhere in the world at this point, odds are we'll have photos and videos to document it tomorrow or sometime the next day. And a lot of times we're starting to cover those events in real time as well, which has been pretty fun over the last couple of years. Like I mentioned, I was a seasonal ocean lifeguard for a number of years. City of Newport Beach for a couple of years, City of San Diego for a summer. Spent a summer in Australia, in Victoria, with southeast corner of Australia, and then kind of finished it out with a mellow assignment in Emerald Bay and Laguna Beach for a couple of years, running relief on my days off actually from Surfline. So lifesaving is still very near and dear to my heart. It's something our founder, Sean Collins, he had a wonderful relationship with the various life-saving agencies over the years. When he found the company in '85, it's something I would like to continue, and there's a lot of different ways I think we can all work together that will be mutually beneficial. So yeah, it's an honor and a pleasure to speak to all of you right now, and I'm still a lifeguard at heart in many ways. Just to give kind of a background on Surfline for anyone that's not familiar, we've been around for a long time. We've been around for 37 years or so, coming up on 40 years. We were founded in 1985 by a man named Sean Collins. Sean had a really interesting story. He was first and foremost a surfer and a sailor, and that's how he got into surf forecasting. He would race sailboats with his dad up and down the Baja Peninsula, and their deal, the deal that they worked out was he would race boats down Baja to Cabo, and they get down there as fast as they could, obviously, because they're racing boats. But they got to take their time coming back and explore for surf spots because he was a surfer that grew up in Long Beach, Seal Beach area, was passionate about riding waves, a very good surfer, and a harbor team rider going way, way back. And he just wanted to find really good waves to ride. And so if he wasn't the first guy to surf Scorpion Bay, he was certainly one of the first kind of back in the mid-'60s. It's a really good wave down in like kind of south central Baja. And it got to the point where he was going down enough after he found that wave where he and friends and eventually his wife Darren, they would go down, they'd sit in the desert for weeks on end, and he got sick of that. He's like, I'm over sitting in the desert, in the dust, in the wind, in the hot, waiting out flat spells, and he thought there's got to be a way to figure out where these waves come from. And he was a self-taught meteorologist. He figured all those things out when very few people at the time, this was going back into the kind of late 60s and into the 70s, very few people really knew where waves came from really, and especially had no idea that we could get waves from storms as far away as like New Zealand and in the Southern Hemisphere and the South Pacific. So he was self-taught. He kind of he reconstructed swells and he figured things out, and he eventually got to the point where he would go down in the desert to meet a swell, and then you have this kind of old weather radio, and then this thing called a Niagarafax, and he could get pressure charts of the South Pacific, basically kind of faxed to him over radio, like once or twice a day down in the desert, and he just had tin foil and all this crap set up, and he'd get these reports and say, yeah, we're out of here. Waves aren't going to be any good for the next 7 to 10 days. We're like, no, we're staying. And he got good enough over the years that he started to get hired by various like surfing magazines. Surfer and Surfing would use Sean as a consultant to send riders and photographers down and meet swells, and especially in Baja. And he eventually got to the point where it's like, hey, I think there's a business here. He had a young son at that point, young family, and he was trying to make ends meet, waitering and taking photos and things like that. But he really had a unique skill set, and he thought there was an opportunity to develop a business. So he did. That started in '85. It was a 976 call-in number to start, which you could pay. It was like $1.50 a minute to get a surf report anywhere from Santa Barbara down to anywhere from Santa Barbara down to San Diego, and then you could get a forecast as well. The wave fax came around in around 1990. That was a Monday and Thursday thing. For anyone that doesn't know what a fax is, basically a piece of paper that came out of a machine twice a week and give you a forecast and let you know what was going on. We went online, surfline.com, in 1996. Our first 2 surf cameras followed pretty shortly. We had one in Huntington Beach at the pier, and we had one at Pipeline. And back at that point, it was a still frame that was updated. I can't remember, it was either every 5 seconds or every 30 seconds, basically. And contrast that to where we are now. We've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 900 cams around the world, basically all HD. We're working on rolling out 4K cameras. We've got a rewind function where you can go and find your wave that you just surfed, and if you got a great barrel or whatever it is, you can download that clip. We even have a function called Surfline Sessions, where if you have an Apple Watch or a couple other smart watches, you can start your watch when you go out for a session. As long as you're surfing in front of one of our cams, hit stop when you come out of the water. By the time you're done changing, all of your rides that were caught on camera are basically downloaded to your phone. So we've come a long ways in those 37 or so years. And then our Surfline app was launched around 2010, and it's kind of funny to me that we've come full circle. Started with the phone, 976 number. We're basically back to the phone. That's where the majority of our traffic is coming from now, is on our app. And so yeah, it's been quite a ride. Me going back, I was a 976 surf user in my teen years. Kind of the mid to late 90s. I was calling it up all the time when I was lifeguarding to try and figure out what was going to go on the next day, if I was going to surf, if I was going to have a busy day lifeguarding. And I absolutely blew my parents' phone bill up that way. And they were wondering what kind of numbers I was calling, because for those that don't really know, there was a lot less wholesome 976 numbers than surf reports and forecasts back then too. So we have 15 full-time forecasters. We are worldwide at this point. Our main office is in Huntington Beach. We're in the Huntington Surf and Sport office, just above, not Jack, but just above Fred's. And there are 7 of us there. We haven't been in the office for a little bit, but hopefully we'll be back very soon. We're excited to be back there. We've got a small East Coast office in Nags Head, North Carolina. 3 other forecasters that are based in Florida. We have 1 forecaster in the UK now. We have several in Australia, both on the East Coast and West Coast of Australia. Most of us have BS degrees. Several of us have, I shouldn't say us, I don't have a master's degree, but several of my team members do as well. And then we have a number of report and forecast contractors that are scattered around the world to help us with either forecasts or providing observations for us. We have 3 forecast model team members that work strictly on our in-house swell model, which we call Lotus. They maintain that model and then kind of build some really cool internal tools for our forecast team to use as well to help us hopefully provide accurate predictions. So before we get any deeper, I wanted to give just a quick surf and weather briefing for the next couple of days on the conditions we can expect. You guys are actually getting a look, kind of a preview of our new charts that we're going to be launching on the site here pretty soon. This one in particular is showing wind. I've added the H and the arrow. I'm sure most of you are very well aware that we're going to be moving into heat wave over the next couple of days. We're going to get high pressure building over the western U.S. You're going to see pretty significant warm up in the next couple of days, especially parts like coastal Orange County and LA County as well. I've included the National Weather Service forecast for Encinitas there on the right, getting to the upper 70s. I think we're forecast to hit about 10 degrees warmer than that in parts of Orange County, coastal Orange County, and then going just a little bit inland. I'm pretty close to John Wayne Airport. I think our high on Thursday when we top out is supposed to be around 96, 97 degrees. So significantly warmer as that high builds over the western U.S. We get the clockwise flow of air around that high. We should get weak offshore flow in the mornings the next couple of days. Not like a Santa Ana event like that, especially at the immediate coast, although you get up into northern LA County, southern Ventura County, and some of those more wind-prone areas on those offshore wind events, and it could be a little bit windy the next couple of mornings, and in particular Thursday morning. So warm the next couple of days, sunny, light winds in the morning, pretty good surfing conditions. The graphic on the left is our regional forecast for North San Diego County, and we've got a little bit of surf over the next couple of days. Kind of fun today, a little northwest swell running. We should see a little bump in that tomorrow. And then slowly coming down on Thursday as that northwest starts to taper off a little bit. Going into Friday, we've got some southern hemisphere swell that's going to be coming up, south-southwest to south. So that tends to bypass San Diego County for the most part on its way to Orange County. But a couple spots in far North County and that Oceanside area should still be kind of fun as that south-southwest swell becomes dominant and the northwest swell starts to fade out. So a little briefing for the next couple of days. Okay, so wanted to provide a little bit of just a we call it Surfology 101, just on where waves come from. And it's wind on the water. That's what creates waves. Anywhere from little ripples to start, and that's where all the waves eventually, originally start from, just ripples on the water. And the stronger that wind blows, the longer and wider the area it blows over, which we call the fetch of a storm. And the longer duration it is, the bigger the surf can eventually be, depending on your location. If you really want to maximize size for a swell, if we're talking like an XXL swell, like Mavericks or one of the Hawaii big wave spots, you want a storm that's pretty close, but not too close, because you don't want the weather associated with it. But somewhere around 1,000 to 1,500 miles away, you want it to be big, you want it to last long, and you want it to be really strong. And typically we see, with those XXL types of swells, we see 40 to 50, 60 knot winds, seas somewhere in the 40-foot plus range, very occasionally 50 and even up to 60 feet, although that's pretty rare. And those are the types of storms that create the truly, truly big swells each year. So it's stormy and chaotic at the source. Imagine just being in the middle of that storm. It's a mess out there. You've got waves coming from every direction, winds all over the place. It's not a place you want to be in a boat, that's for sure. And then as you slowly move, as that swell slowly moves out of the storm generation area, meaning the storm, it starts to organize and route and become, that's when you go from just chop and chaos to those kind of nice clean lines that you see up above, and that's typically what we're looking for quality surf in California. So I like to remind myself every once in a while, because more often than not, I'm staring at a computer screen and maps and models and things like that, versus getting as much water time as I would like. But I remind myself every once in a while that these are the types of storms that we're dealing with. This is a big ship out in heavy seas. These are probably 40-foot seas or so. So very significant, but again, not the craziest thing we've ever seen. Every once in a while we'll see storms of 50-foot seas, and very occasionally, I think I can count on six fingers, not six hands, the number of times that we've seen satellite verified 60-foot seas in a storm. It doesn't happen very often, and when it does, it tends to produce obviously really, really big swells. A couple of them that I can remember offhand were, there's a swell in Tahiti in 2011 called the Code Red swell with giant chopu. There's a really, really big swell in Fiji in 2012. Where Cloudbreak was the biggest wave, I don't even know, 50 foot, 60 foot on the face, and a couple others like that where you see actually satellite verified seas in that range, so pretty rare. Okay, our California swell sources, we've got several. The red shaded area, that's the North Pacific. We're just kind of moving out of our northwest swell, our west-northwest swell season right now. We're at the very tail end of it. Obviously, we're still seeing a little bit today and kind of through this week, but that will taper off as we move through the month of April. And then usually by May, it's pretty much done, where we're going to see anything, those storms in the North Pacific that set up like the mid to longer period west-northwest and northwest swells. That's we typically see for most of California, particularly Northern California, we see our largest surf of the year from the storms in the North Pacific. Part of that is, for the most part, out of Southern California, we generally have a west-facing coastline. We are closer to the source of the swell, meaning we're closer to the storms in the North Pacific than we are, say, in the South Pacific. So a couple reasons why we tend to see our biggest surf of the year from those west-northwest swells. Some exceptions to that, Orange County, Northern LA County tends to do a little bit better on, generally speaking, will be bigger on south swells than northwest swells, although not always. And a lot of that has to do with more of a south or southwest facing coastline there. The little purple shaded area right along the immediate coast, that's where we get our local wind swells from. That can happen year round, but they tend to be strongest this time of year in the spring. See the strongest northwest winds out along in the outer coastal waters, basically from around now through around May or so. And those are like the little short period, kind of peaky, kind of fun swells. Not great for points and reefs, generally speaking, but can be really fun at the beach breaks. Like the whole South Bay tends to do best on those shorter period swells. The yellow shaded area is our tropical area where we see occasional swells from the south or even southeast from tropical cyclones, whether that's tropical storms or hurricanes occasionally. Those are somewhat rare, although always welcome. My particular area of the world is North Orange County. We do really well on those tropical swells, so we love to see when they happen, although they disappoint probably more often than they live up to what we're hoping for, with a couple exceptions over the years. And then that whole blue shaded area is the South Pacific, and we get swells from that region of the world starting about now through roughly October, November. And we can see them year round, but they're generally pretty small, anywhere from the November through February timeframe. And if you notice, that blue shaded area actually extends all the way over into the Indian Ocean off of Madagascar. We technically have a swell window, meaning if wind is strong enough in that region of the world and blowing kind of the right direction, which it typically does, we can actually see swells from 10,000, 12,000 miles away. They're rare and they're small. They'll be real long period, like a little 1 foot swell at 20 seconds, but can be pretty fun at the right spots. Lower Trestles likes those. Probably the most significant one, there was a gal named Abby, and I can't remember her last name, but she was I believe 14, and she was trying to sail around the world solo. She got demasted I think this was in 2014, in that area of the world, and had to be rescued, and we actually saw a little bit of swell from the storm that she got caught in. Again, it wasn't big, maybe like lowers was maybe shoulder, head, high. Everywhere else was waist high or less, but kind of a cool thing that we can get swells from that far away. Okay, so just going into a few of the tools on Surfline that are available, obviously to our forecast team, but then to our subscribers and just to our users in general. The first one, these are our screenshots from our app, and this is actually, if this looks somewhat unfamiliar, it's because it's kind of a beta version of our app for the most part, so things that will be coming soon and available to all of our users pretty soon. But I mentioned at the top of the presentation, we have 900 surf cams, right around 900 surf cams around the world right now. So that's an incredible tool for us as a forecast team. Any forecaster worth his salt or her salt is going to first start with conditions right now, with observations. That's the framework, the building block of a good forecast is what's going on right now. Because if it's not what you thought it was going to be, then you messed up along the way, and so you got to figure out what happened. Observations and conditions, current conditions are super important for us. So our forecast team is probably the biggest user of cams of any group in the world, is my guess. But as well as the cams on this page, we've got current surf size and surf quality, the 2 to 4 feet port of fair, a listing of the different swells running. So in this case, we've got 2.9 at 9 seconds, a little west-northwest wind swell, a little bit of long period southern hemisphere swell, and a little bit of longer period west-northwest swell. We've got tides, meaning, and what we're displayed here is actually the current height of the tide, and whether it's falling or rising. Current wind conditions, And this is kind of a mixture of a few things. We have increasingly more weather stations that we are tapping into to truly provide live conditions. When we don't have a weather station there, we have just modeled wind, which is good, but can be a little problematic at times. And then our water temps as well. Okay, continue with some of the tools available on Surfline. Our spot forecast. This is powered by our Lotus swell model, which is our in-house run swell model, and it differs a little bit from kind of straight WaveWatch 3, which a lot of the other surf forecast sites use, in that we are assimilating data into it, satellite and buoy data into it, and correcting things on the fly. So meaning, if we get a satellite pass that going through a storm that shows it's got 40-foot seas, and our model is only predicting 35-foot seas, peak seas, to be occurring in that storm, the model will actually get nudged up a little bit, or vice versa could be true. If the storm is underperforming a little bit, the model might get nudged down a little bit. So these spot forecasts are powered by our Lotus swell model. They run out with hourly size, wind, and conditions ratings out to about 16 days. And just generally speaking, whether it's a surf forecast, whether it's a weather forecast, really any forecast, as you go out in time, the accuracy tends to decrease. So it tends to be more accurate in the near term, and generally less accurate as you move out in time. There's still, I think there's still value in long-term forecasting, but it's good to pay attention and kind of use it properly, if you will. The things we look at as forecasters when we're looking at long-range forecasts is how consistently is this swell showing out at 10 to 12 days out. If we're seeing it one day, it comes down the next, seeing it come up the next, and it's all over the place, then naturally our confidence in that swell happening is going to be pretty low. If it's pretty consistently showing for a number of days and a number of bottle runs in a row, then we're going to feel a little bit better about that swell happening. And it will also depend on the type of swell. Like a southern hemisphere swell, for example, that we're predicting 10 days out, we might really feel pretty good, pretty confident about that swell happening, because the storm potentially is happening right now or in the next couple of days. It takes that long for that swell to travel from some area between roughly New Zealand and South America up to California. So we could be getting good intel on that storm right now and feel good about a forecast 8 to 10 days out. Mention this, just a couple of unique things about our model is we are assimilating data into it live and nudging and correcting on the fly. And then just one of our last tools that we have is our regional analysis. This, in contrast to the spot forecasts, which are computer model generated, this is actually a member of our forecast team's analysis and commentary. We'll give source files for the better spots in a particular region. So instead of doing a forecast at the spot level, we're doing forecast at kind of a regional level. So, North San Diego County, South San Diego County, South Orange County, North Orange County. We tend to give size and conditions ratings for like the better spots in the region. So, for example, like in North Orange County, it would probably be Huntington Beach Pier. For North San Diego County, it'd be some combo, like in the summertime, probably be kind of like Oceanside. In the wintertime, more like a Cardiff type of spot. So just a couple other tools and things that we use with validation. The buoys are a great tool. I'm a buoy truther, if you will. I preach their importance and how effective they can be to just give you a snapshot of what's happening in the ocean at that time. They typically, most of the buoys that we have are more for validation versus forecast, meaning like what you're seeing on the buoys right now is basically what you're going to be seeing on the beach. But it's the first thing I check every morning. I check the buoys, I check what the wind's doing, and that validates whether the forecast was right or wrong. It helps just give a picture of what's happening. Even I get up pretty early most of the time before the sun comes up. So if I'm not looking at the cameras first thing, looking at the buoys and have a pretty good idea of what the surf should be like, just looking at the buoys. And most of that is just time and practice, looking at them each day and relating what I'm seeing on the buoys to what I'm seeing on the beach. So they're a great tool for validation. And there are a couple of longer range buoys that are excellent for forecasting purposes. This is specifically for California. We've got the 06 buoy, the Southeast Papa buoy, which is about 1,000 miles to the northwest of Southern California. That's like a 1.5 to 2 day indicator of northwest swell for Southern California, depending on the exact angle and the exact swell period. Long swell periods move faster than shorter swell periods, so that swell would get there a little bit quicker, if it's at 20 seconds versus 15. And then our 46059 buoy, the California buoy, that's about a 1 day indicator of northwest swell for Southern California. So both really good tools to know if we've got a big swell coming in over the next couple days, especially in the wintertime. So a couple other factors that affect the size and surf size and consistency. Southern California is one of the more complex places in the world to forecast, I think. Although if you ask a forecaster where the hardest place to forecast in the world is, they're going to answer with whatever forecast they're on at that point. But Southern California, it's pretty complex because we've got all these islands offshore that create swell blockage and swell shadowing, and then we are basically in the lee of Point Conception too, especially when it comes to northwest swell. So we've got a coastline that gradually recedes. A lot of Southern California is facing either south or southwest, particularly up around the Santa Barbara region. For surfers up there, it's a bummer in the summer for the most part because it just goes flat. You get essentially blocked from almost all the south swells, save for a very few specifically angled ones or directed ones. But the different islands can really make or break a session depending on where you are and what the swell period is. So we've got a couple different charts just giving some examples of different swell directions and then swell periods. And I didn't explain swell period very well, so for those that don't know, swell period is how long it takes 2 successive waves to pass a stationary point. So that could be a buoy, that could be a rock, whatever it happens to be. We tend to say long period is kind of anywhere from around 13, 14 seconds and above. I'll usually say mid period is kind of in the 10 to 13 second range, and then short period is anything below 9 seconds. That can be that changes a little bit depending on where you go. If you're on the East Coast, they're usually calling 11, 12 second periods long period. But it's a little bit different here on the West Coast because we've got the storms moving towards us, and we tend to see long or even very long period swells at times. So a swell direction of 170 degrees, it's just slightly east of south. This would be from like a hurricane in like August, September is when we typically see something like this. The swell period for a hurricane, that's probably a little bit long. The hurricanes tend to have slightly shorter swell periods. They're very strong storms, but they're small in comparison to some of the storms that we see in the middle of the winter, whether that's in the North Pacific or South Pacific, on the magnitude of, they're 10 or 20% the size of some of those big winter storms that we see. So that will mean that we can get a lot of size out of them, but they tend to be a little shorter period. Like Hurricane Marie, for example, which was from 2014, and that's the biggest hurricane swell I've ever seen here in Southern California. That peaked at around 14 seconds. It had pretty significant energy building at around 16 to 17, but peaked around 14. Contrast that to like your typical Southern Hemisphere swell, which usually builds at around 18 to 20 seconds and usually peaks in the 15 to 17 second range. Hurricane swells are a lot different. They are from a much closer source. So if the storm is moving kind of in the correct way and is in the correct spot, they can be extremely consistent. Marie was another great example of that. It was just nonstop waves, and it was a really big storm. It took a great track right towards us. It was about as perfect a storm as you could get for generating surf. And then, outside of kind of some nuisance flooding and some damage from the waves, there really wasn't any widespread destruction from Marie. It didn't make landfall anywhere. It's, in my mind, kind of the perfect hurricane swell and the perfect hurricane for us. But anyway, just getting back to it, you can see the warmer colors are where you've got that swell is focusing best and providing the largest surf. So on these south-southeast swells, you can see that, like northern LA County, kind of southernmost Ventura County is a hot spot. As you get down in the South Bay, you're in a real swell void. It's just kind of marching past. Then getting down into North Orange County, Long Beach is actually a really interesting one. If the breakwall wasn't there, it'd probably be the biggest surf anywhere in Southern California on these south-southeast swells. And there's some, if you go back in some history books, and there's actually kind of a cool Instagram account. It's like surf history photos or something like that. There's some really neat photos of Long Beach way back in the day before the breakwall was up, and You see actually the quality and the size of the surf there on some of the southern hemisphere swells and some of these tropical swells. You get down to North Orange County, again, hot spot for these south-southeast swells, tapers off a little bit through South Orange County, and then really comes down quite a bit as you head down through San Diego, for most of San Diego anyway. A couple little spots that'll light up, but it is one where those south swells basically go right past San Diego. Here's a more typical, just like southern hemisphere swell, like a New Zealand type of swell. You hear it a lot from around 215 degrees. Got a lot of west in it. Longer period, 18 seconds. You know, in this instance, you can see a lot of shadowing through North Orange County, up through here by San Clemente and Catalina Islands. And then these are the ones, these kind of 210, 215, 220 degree swells that really light up San Diego. You get a lot of energy that'll come through here, and generally speaking, it'll be a lot bigger down here than it will be, especially in North Orange County, but even down through a lot of South Orange County can be good. A surprising spot that can get a lot of size on these direction swells is the northern half of the South Bay, like up around El Porto and Venice. Shape and surf quality is a different story. It tends to be pretty walled and closed out, but you can get a lot of size there, and you actually get. Yeah.
Put that on your shirt. Put that in your pocket.
All right. And then as you get more size in Venice and the north half of the South Bay than you will in northern Island County, which is kind of the typical hotspot for some of these southern hemisphere swells, and then a lot less size again as you head up into Santa Barbara. Wintertime swell, 285, 20 seconds. This is, this would be a big winter storm, big winter swell. And you can see the amount of shadowing, even at 285 degrees, which is a relatively west swell that you'd get from, starting with Point Conception, but then with all the offshore islands, you can see really only a fraction of the energy that's in the offshore waters is making it into the inner waters of Southern California, and it tends to really focus in certain areas with that long swell period. And then actually, as you start to transition down in swell period here at 12 seconds, you start to see the size spread out a little bit. When you've got these very long period swells, they tend to focus highly, and the next slide will show that a little bit. They focus highly in certain areas due to the offshore bathymetry, which is the underwater topography of our coast. You'll get these very focused areas where it can be much, much bigger here and just go down a mile down the beach and it's much, much smaller. A great example of that is west-northwest or northwest swells, long period in North Orange County. You'll go up to the kind of the Bolsa and Cliffs area. It'll be double overhead. You move down to the pier and it's head high-ish or so. Move down to Newport and it's waist high or less. So, within 10 miles or less, you've got 8 feet of size difference, almost solely based on the swell period alone. And once that swell period transitions down to go slightly shorter, kind of the 12 to 15 second range, you start to see things spread out quite a bit more, and there's the size discrepancy is quite a bit less, and that's actually when get down into Newport, that's when it gets really fun down through the lower jetties when that swell period comes down just a little bit. And so just a final slide before we get into any questions is, bathymetry is our underwater topography can help shape and focus waves in certain areas. This is the San Pedro Shelf here. You can see Long Beach kind of around 3/4 of the way up, moving down through Orange County. We've got our Newport Canyon here at B, and then A is the Long Beach Shelf. And so there's a kind of few cool things that are going on. The phenomenon I just described, that's why it's happening, meaning the long period energy comes in, starts to feel that shelf. It's about 600 feet deep. So 17, 18 second period swells will start to feel the bottom at anywhere from 600 to 800 feet, and they will bend towards that shallower water and focus in that area, basically anywhere from roughly the cliffs up through Sunset Beach area. And it's just consistently so much bigger than it would be as you move further south. So you get that focus, and then you get the swell void in those areas. And then the Newport Canyon can do the same on different types of swells, focusing in certain areas like Newport Point, for example, which is like a hot spot for tropical swells. South-southeast tropical swells will do extremely well when we see those kind of shorter period 9 to 15, really like 8 to 14 second, 7 to 13 second, shorter period south-southeast swells. You get some great peaks. You get a lot more size at Newport Point than you would in the surrounding areas. That's an even greater example of that discrepancy of size. You know, at Newport Point, it could be 15 foot, go right around the corner to Blackie's, which is literally a stone's throw away, and it's flat, although you get all the current flushing through the pier and up towards the 28th Street jetty. It makes for some fun rescues up at the 28th Street jetty. Other good examples of that would be La Jolla Canyon here, basically down at Blacks and Scripps. And you see that same effect where it can, on long period northwest swells, it can be significantly bigger at Blacks than, or will be significantly bigger at Blacks than it will be down at Scripps and in the shores area. So that's what I got. Any questions? Anything I can go over again? Happy to. Like I said, we've had a Surfline's. Go ahead.
Last slide, I just missed the topography was labeled A, B, and C. Can you go over what that meant? I just didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. So so A is the San Pedro Shelf, and that's just it's an area of shallow water, 600-ish feet deep. So it extends off like Northern Orange County, San Diego area, or excuse me, Northern Orange County and Long Beach area. B is, that's where the Newport Canyon is, Submarine Canyon is. And C, I can't even remember, I grabbed this and I'm not sure what C is representing, so sorry, Bill.
No, that's okay, I didn't see this.
Yeah, but A and B are kind of the important ones for surf. Yeah. Any other questions?
You mentioned earlier about like satellite verified seas and stuff. Just how do the satellites verify the seas? Like what does that exactly mean?
So satellites, we've got any number of satellites that are orbiting the Earth right now, and they can do a bunch of things. They can measure wind speeds for us. They basically are sending down a beam and measuring the sea surface and comparing, and then in comparison to what it should be, like the mean sea level. So that gives us a good idea of like what the seas are actually doing there. So we have, gosh, I think there's like 6 or 8 satellite agencies that provide publicly available data, and then we pull that in and just match it against what our model's predicting. That makes sense. Yeah.
You mentioned that the best forecasters first look at the conditions now and then forecast. Will you guys ever have a feature where you can go back and see like the last week or so of swell and conditions or something measured out?
Yeah, so we did forever on our old Lola swell model. You could go back and look at different swells, and it's one I and the rest of our forecast team has been lobbying our product team for a while to reintroduce, because it's an extremely important tool. It's one that I use all the time too, and especially as I work with different athletes, photographers, or whatever, it's like I inevitably will compare an upcoming swell to like this special swell A or B or whatever, because it's a common language too. Like everyone has a different way of measuring waves. Like if I call that 4 foot, somebody else might call it 2, somebody else might call it 6. And so to be able to say, this swell compared to this special swell A, this one looks about 10% bigger, it's going to be windier, whatever happens to be. So yeah, it's a really important tool, and it is something that we are going to reintroduce at some point. So you can go back, like log all that information, and save it for whether that's your next surf session that you were looking for when it was really good, or whatever it happens to be.
Do you still use Lola Classic? Do you guys still have access to that?
I do.
It's funny, some of the models where we would track swells at Seven Sisters, and we would look at that model, and then another swell the following year would come and would save the screenshots.
Yeah.
Let's see if this thing's comparable and drag down and figure it out.
Yeah, and that's the way I can still, like, we can still look at some of the it's funny, like we had to deprecate that model because it's old, and like the UI is kind of clunky and things like that. So we kind of had to do it, but I miss it too sometimes. And that had some really cool functionality like that. And it is something, yeah, we're gonna bring something similar back. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, please take note of my email. Like I said, we want to work with all the lifeguard agencies, make sure you guys and gals are prepared, have good information, and if you've got a question about an upcoming swell or anything like that, fire something off to me, and I'm happy to help out. All right, thank you.
So Kevin ended early and suggested that you guys have to listen to me until 4:30. So if that's all right with you. This week is really all about you guys. I know we had the Chiefs meeting this morning over here, and we have CSLA Thursday and Friday, but I want you guys to understand that we put the training together yesterday and what we're putting together tomorrow. It's for you, and the lunches and the food and all the donations we have is about you guys and the good work you do. So if you're available tomorrow, I know we're in the middle of spring break. We got swell, we got good weather, but we're back here tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Fish 101 is providing the lunch. And then if you're coming to the CSLSA meeting, 24 of our California lifeguards being represented for the Medal of Valor with CSLSA, and Gary Sinise Foundation is picking up lunch for you guys that day too. So just again, events every night. Tonight is Culture Brewing. They're brewing a special beer for you guys. It's a POG. It's right down here in Encinitas, 5:30 to 9:30. And then tomorrow night is Modern Times. So enjoy what you have. Thanks for coming out. Great response from all you guys, and again, especially during the middle of spring break. So stay safe, and I will get you guys, you'll be getting an email after this, probably in next week, for your CE credits for today, and if you come back tomorrow, you get that as well. So for state SDR or your alert training, and then for anybody else, it's your CE credits for your USLA stuff. So appreciate it. You guys take care, be safe, and take anything you need off the back counter on your way home. Kevin, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. What's up, man? I did Trussell. I was the other day Trussell. We did Swami's down here, and I did eat, but it's not. They're getting right here. Number two, they help you out with
But I think it's the right thing to do. I think
Yeah, I'll put you, so Kevin does a forecasting, I will send out John's information, and he can hook you up with their rep, and then we have State, Encinitas, San Diego, we all have contract agreement language that you can look at, so you don't have to read that stuff. Yeah, so yeah, say hi to Kevin, but I'll get you hooked up with Johnny for sure.